Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Talking in the system on the wireless. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check. Yeah, I don't want to get it too high for our room in here though. So, but you are getting signal. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Getting both. Let me go check the let me go check the table. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. This is the coach's mic. Check 1 2. How's that?
Can you, there we go. There's a little audio. Thank you for joining us this morning. Couple of notes before we start the press conference. If we could please ask and remind everyone to put their cell phones on silent. We would appreciate that. Also, there is no flash photography allowed as well. So at this time, we're going to begin the first press conference. We're very lucky to have University of Minnesota head coach Don Plitzweit here with us. And before we go to questions, Coach, if you could talk a little bit about the journey that got you here today.
Right. Well, first of all, we're really thankful that each and every one of you has come out to join us for this, and we're really excited for our group of young ladies. And this has been a journey that's been in the making for quite a few years now for this team, for a lot of the young ladies who are part of this. They've been with us for a few years. Obviously have some who joined us just this season, but certainly something that they have worked their tails off to get to a point where they're competing at the level that they are at this point in time. And we have a great challenge ahead of us, certainly, with our matchup with UCLA, but we're really thrilled to have an opportunity to continue playing.
Thank you, Coach. At this time, we will take questions. We're going to have microphones, so when you raise your hand, we'll bring a microphone to you. Please identify yourself by name and media outlet, and then ask the question. Thank you. First question right down here.
Hey, Coach, Doug Feinberg, the AP. How helpful is it that you're playing a team that you obviously played in the Big Ten and with a somewhat short turnaround time that you're aware of them already as opposed to some new team that you haven't played or seen?
Well, I think it's interesting right now with the size of the conferences and the opponents that we've had a chance. All of us have had a chance to play against. You know, yes, there's familiarity, but that also we also understand the major challenges that lie ahead. And so, I think ultimately, this is a team in UCLA who has a great deal of talent, size, toughness. I think they're very, very disciplined, very well coached. So, yes, it's an advantage, but I kind of smirked because I think we already know what all those challenges or some of those challenges are at this point in time. So it is something that at least we do know them. They know us, you know, so I think it's kind of even at that point in time.
Second row.
Hi, Coach. Kendra Andrews, ESPN. One of those challenges might be a player like Lauren Betts. Just what type of challenges does she present, both going up against her when she is on defense, scoring against her, and then trying to defend her as well?
Well, I think it's a great point. I think she's a difference maker on both ends of the court. I think a lot of times you look at what she does on the offensive end, and there's kind of a pressure release with her. And we looked at one of the possessions in our first matchup against them where I thought for 26 seconds we really did a great job defending them, and then they threw it inside. And at that point in time, she made something very, very positive happen in a short shot clock scenario. So there's that one scenario. There's ball screen roll scenarios, handoff roll scenarios, post-up scenarios. Do you double? When do you double? Do you dig? Do you get back out? How do you rotate? Those type of things. Then when you're in rotation, how do you keep her off the glass? How do you keep her off the glass when you're not in rotation? Then keep her off the glass when you are in rotation. And then there's the defensive side of the ball. And it's not only the player that she's guarding, but she has the ability to certainly make things happen and make it difficult to throw the ball in the lane. And so we have to alter some things that we do in order to at least try, you know, and that's just in the half court on both sides. Then you look in transition, and that opens up a whole nother kind of things that you have to be prepared for. So, yes, she's a major challenge on both ends of the court.
Right down here.
Hey, Coach. Wesley Webb with USA Today. Teams are using the WNIT and WBIT tournaments to fuel long-term success. How did you turn around from last year to making it to the Sweet 16 this year?
Well, I think that's a great question. And certainly when in year one at the University of Minnesota, when we talked to our administration about an opportunity to continue playing, we felt like that was something that our team and our program really needed to have. And, you know, we played in the WNIT in season one. WBIT, and I give our young ladies a lot of credit because there was a lot of disappointment in not making the NCAA tournament last season. You know, and we really felt like we had a compelling case and it didn't happen. And so then we went into the WBIT. We couldn't host the first two rounds because of conflicts in our facility. hosted and then played in a neutral site. And so I believe that our young ladies got better during that time. I thought our quality of basketball got better at that time. We got to continue playing and practicing and those type of things. And, I think the tournament experience is something that you reflect back on, and you really believe it does help grow your team's ability to understand what that all looks like. And yes, it's the play and it's all those kind of things, but it's also the travel and the preparation and, different types of things in postseason. So I think it was great for our young ladies to have that type of experience.
We're going to go right here and then over there and then to you.
Matthew Walter from the 9 Sports. You have a roster filled with kids from Minnesota. So to do this, and Minnesota is a state full of talent, right? A lot of good young high school kids play in that state. To do this, hit the shot that you hit in Minnesota, have all these kids from that state. What does it mean for your program and the state of Minnesota basketball to be sort of taking these steps up as you've been growing in this program?
All I could think about while you were asking that question is I should have you repeat the answer to that, because that's exactly what it is. We're really, really fortunate that we are in an area where we have great players in our backyard, and we've been able to have a roster at Minnesota with a lot of great players from our backyard. Now, we also obviously have players that we've extended, but the base of our program is recruiting young ladies right in our region. And so what does it mean? If there's a lot of excitement within our area, within our community, within our state, within our region, and hopefully nationally for Minnesota women's basketball, and just really special for the young ladies in our program that made the decision to come to the University of Minnesota and rebuild this program. Our program has had success. It just hasn't, in the NCAA tournament, it just hasn't been for a while now. And so for those young ladies to make that commitment and make the sacrifices that they made, and then to have it come to fruition in front of their fans, in front of their family in the barn, was really something that's very, very special.
You're mostly focused on your team, but I know you have another team in the postseason that you're kind of have your eye on for your daughter at GVSU. I'm just curious if you're going to be able to watch the game and what it's been like kind of sharing this journey with her.
Yeah, it's really special. So our daughter plays Division II basketball at a school called Grand Valley State in Michigan. That was my first head coaching job. Our daughter was born in January of my first season as a head coach, so great timing there. But she, 18 years later, decided to go back to Grand Valley and play basketball for a dear friend, and Mike Williams, who was just named National Coach of the Year. Their team last year had a great run and ended up winning a national championship. They're the defending national champs now, and there's a lot of opportunities for them. They're in the Final Four tonight. So great opportunity. It was, thank goodness, for the Minneapolis airport. So for all recruits and people who are watching, we have the #1 airport in North America. And so it really was helpful for me, because after we were successful on Sunday, then was able to get to her game on Tuesday night and get back for practice. So yesterday morning, flying from Pittsburgh to Minneapolis to practice, and then to Sacramento. Put on some frequent flyer miles yesterday, but certainly well worth it. And I'll have a chance to watch her today. So I packed my Grand Valley clothes to sit in my room by myself and not be around anyone else and be a mom and watch the game. So I'm really excited about that.
Question down here.
Yeah, Michael Vopel from ESPN.com. Coach, you made the Sweet 16 with South Dakota 4 years ago. The college landscape has changed really dramatically, with now basically 4 super conferences and NIL. But I'm wondering if you could talk about the challenges of doing it back then with a mid-major versus trying to do it now when there are still a lot of obstacles, even if you're in a power conference.
Well, I think it's a great question. So much has changed in 4 years, and certainly there were challenges then, and there are new challenges now. I think it's, regardless of where you're at, to be able to continue playing is something that is really, really special, and something that's really hard to do. And we have a team of young ladies who are battling to give their best, and that's what it takes in terms of giving ourselves an opportunity to be here and to continue to compete at the highest level. And so I just think it's so vastly different. I think it's really interesting, because I would say I think it's a lot harder as a mid-major to do it now than it was 4 years ago. I also would say I also think it's maybe harder now at the P4 conference to do it than it was 4 years ago too. But I can't speak on that exactly. But I just think it's very, very challenging. I think there are so many new things that you are navigating on a daily basis. And so for our young ladies and our team and our program and our university to have a chance to be here is something that we don't take for granted. It's something that we think is really special.
Another question? Right.
I hope this won't count as bringing back a bad memory, but You had that game in December against Maryland where late game execution sort of cost you that game. And it seemed to me like that could be a little bit of a make or break moment for teams. How did you guys make it a make moment, if you will, and what did you learn from that?
Well, I think there have been opportunities in the last 3 seasons, to embrace adversity for this group of young ladies. And I think each time that we have faced adversity, this group has chosen to use it as fuel to continue to help us get better. And so it's important that we can control. We can't go back and undo different things. We can use it moving forward, and that's exactly what this group has done, whether that's been through adversity of outcome, adversity of execution, whether that's adversity of injury, whatever the case is, this group has continued to embrace it. And those are incredible things that you can learn and carry on in anything that you're doing in life. And so I think this group has learned some great lessons, not only in basketball, but for anything that they do.
Okay, we're going to take a question online from John Shipley. If you'll unmute and ask your question, and let us know what media outlet you're with. John, are you there? Nothing? John, I apologize. We're having an audio issue with you right now, but we're going to go to another question here in the... Oh, John, you're there now?
Yeah, I figured it out.
There you are.
Good job, John.
I'm sure you guys will have better execution tomorrow than I had. You have won a lot of big games, close games this year. You've played really well. Now you're one of the last 16 teams. Do you feel like you just need to do what you do, or do you feel like there's another gear required here, especially against a team like UCLA?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And certainly for us, we are who we are. We understand what our identity is and how we have to play, and that's with great toughness and resiliency and togetherness, and we have to have a find-a-way mentality, and I think that's who we are. So we're really not changing who we are at this point in time, kind of heading into our matchup against UCLA.
Question up front.
I wanted to ask you about the play at the end of the game against Ole Miss. When you were in the huddle there and you're trying to drop what you need in that moment, did you know as soon as you called that timeout, we're going to Amaya and this is what we're running? Because it sounded like on the broadcast they said it's something you had worked on and shoot around, and just how much faith you have in her in that moment to make that play. Another kid from Minnesota.
Another Minnesota kid, yes, very good point. So, yeah, there were 3.5 seconds left on the clock, tie game, and in that scenario, we ran an action sideline end of game scenario that we practice in our shoot-arounds, and certainly that's our first option. And if we can get it to that player, and that player was Amaya, that was our option number one. And then we give her some time and some space to make a play, and she certainly did that at a really high level. And there's a lot that goes into that. The cut, the execution, the screen, the pass, all of it, and then she has to make a really tough shot, and that really was not an easy shot, but that's her shot. That's something that she loves, a patent, one dribble pull-up baseline jumper, or just catch and shoot it from the baseline. So something that, yes, we had confidence that if we could get it to her, that she would at least get us a good shot, and then kind of go from there.
We're coming to the end of our time. Is there one last question? If not, we're going to go ahead and wrap up this press conference. Coach, thank you very much for your time, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And then we'll get the student athletes from Minnesota on the dais. 3 more minutes. Thank you. Oh, yeah? How dare you? Apologize for the delay. The student athlete should be here shortly. All right, we're going to get started with our second press conference. Prior to starting the conference, again, we will ask those, especially those that are new to the room, to please make sure to silence your cell phones. As well, there is no flash photography, so we would just ask you to please keep that in mind. Joining us today, we're fortunate to have 3 members of the University of Minnesota women's basketball team with us. Sophie Hart, Grace Gralski, and Tori McKinney. So why don't we start off with you, Sophie? If you could just give us a little bit of a comment about what it feels like to be at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, I think this is something that our group has worked really, really hard for. Been a few years coming, and so it just feels really rewarding, and we're excited that we get some more time to spend together as well.
Fantastic. And Grace, is this your first time to Sacramento, first off, I'd ask?
It is, yeah.
Okay, well, we're glad to have you here. In terms of the games leading up, what has prepared you, do you think, most about this team to play in this next round?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with our team is just togetherness. We've preached that all season, and I think it's been showing here in postseason play, just staying together and playing together.
Great, thank you. Tori, I'm sure that the team has pretty big goals at the start of the year, and where does reaching this point sort of stand in those goals that you have as a team?
Reaching the Sweet 16 was actually one of our goals, so we made it, so it's kind of exciting.
Fantastic, that's great. Okay, we're going to open it up now to questions from the audience. Again, we'll bring you a microphone, and please identify your media outlet and your name. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Wesley Webb with USA Today. I know you guys won the WBIT last year, and I was just going to ask, how did winning that tournament fuel your success for this year, making it to the Sweet 16?
Yeah, I think it just gives you more experience in a tournament type atmosphere, kind of having that win or go home feel, and I think that was a big step for us. Obviously, our goal was to make it to March Madness last year, and we didn't reach that, so we went into the WBIT saying, we're here, we're going to win this thing. So it was a great way to just, learn how it feels like to be in the tournament.
Same question to Sophie and Tori.
I'd say we gained a lot of confidence as a group together, too. It's hard to kind of put that into words, but I think, we trusted each other before, but we just kind of found a different level of that, and I think we also found a different level of work ethic, too, that has fueled our, our summer and our fall and prepared us for the season.
Yeah, I think going off of what G said especially is that our goal last year was to make it into March Madness, and I mean, we were close, but obviously we didn't make it into that, and playing the WBIT was a great experience, and I think we had a lot of fun, built great memories, obviously won it, but then this year we were like, okay, we don't want that to happen again. We actually want to play in the big dance this year, so.
Any other? Yes.
Yeah, Michael Vopel, ESPN.com. Sophie, this is for you. Sometimes pure bigs like to play another pure big, as opposed to maybe a little bit somebody smaller. You're going against another pure big, obviously, in Betts. Can you and you've faced her before? Can you just talk about what that matchup is like when you're going against somebody like that?
Yeah, I think I'm fortunate because the Big Ten, I feel like we have a lot of pure bigs, true fives. It's usually kind of what I call them, but I mean, Laura Betts, she's a phenomenal player. I mean, great scorer, great offensive rebounder, can run the floor phenomenally as well. So I think I have my hands full definitely, but I think it's more fun because you get to be a little bit more physical. I mean, not quite as touch fouls, if that makes sense. Sometimes you can see that. I feel like when you have smaller defenders, so it lets you play a little bit more. And I'm a true back-to-basket post player, so I prefer that.
We have a couple of questions online. So John Shipley, if you'd please identify your media outlet and unmute yourself. You're up.
Hi, ladies. John Shipley from the St. Paul Pioneer Press. Tori, you mentioned that the Sweet 16 was a goal. I'm wondering if now is a reset to reset your goals now. How are you guys approaching that?
Better than when we played those games. We're more resilient.
Our coach has talked about it a lot, about you kind of reach your goals, but once you reach them, it's like, where do you go from there? And especially with this team, I think we've kind of all realized that we want to keep playing for as long as possible. So yes, although it was like our goal to make it to the Sweet 16, now that we're here, like, it's not really something that we have to like reconsider, rethink about it, but we just want to keep playing for as long as possible. So we're going to go out and compete with every game that we have given to us.
Another question online from Dane Mitsutani. Dane, if you would please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough team to guard because, you know, as was addressed before, it's not like you shut down one guy and they're just going to shove that round hole and square peg. They've got weapons all over. So it's as much as
I don't know where that's coming from. I've got my sound all the way off.
Right, and so you've got to play. You've got to try to limit their strengths, which are there's a lot of.
Dane, go ahead.
To do that over kind of possession by possession, make things more difficult.
Hey guys, Dane Mizutani with the St. Paul Pioneer Press. This question's for Sophie,
but, you know,
maybe a little random, but I had the privilege of talking to Allie Marsh, the young lady who was connected with you guys through Team Impact. She talked a lot about how, you know, you were her favorite player, what this program meant to her. I'm curious, what did she mean to the program, and how has she kind of inspired you guys along your run?
Sports Network, Coach, second
Yeah,
round.
I mean, we had the privilege of being with Allie for 2 years, I want to say for sure. And she's an incredibly tough kid. I mean, been through a lot, but then always was there at games and showing up. And her smile is like the most contagious smile you'll ever see. The minute she smiles, I swear, like the whole room lights up. I mean, family is just incredible. So to kind of have her, I mean, again, she's an inspiration just in a little bit of a different way. But then also, you could just tell, like, her and her family cared so much about our team that, I mean, their support was amazing. And, I mean, they really did feel like they were a part of our family, for sure.
Question up front.
Doug Feinberg, the AP. For any of you, how much help is it that you've played UCLA before, the familiarity of this all? I mean, I know it was a while ago and you've played other teams since, but having that as your next opponent with less prep time than maybe other days, to know that team, I'm guessing, a little bit better than maybe some of the other teams you could have played.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's familiar being in the Big Ten and already playing against them. I think some people would say whether that's harder or not, but I think obviously they're just a great team, and we've obviously watched them play all season long with familiar opponents, so that helps, but they really can just do everything, so being able to just make it as tough on them as we can is what our goal is.
Back to online, John Shipley, did you have another question, or did you just forget to drop your hand?
I'll gladly ask another question.
Fantastic.
With UCLA has been here for, I think, 4 years in a row. You guys are 12-1 now in the postseason with Don as your coach. Do you feel like that might offset some of that experience, like that you're both experienced in these do-or-die games?
I think we've got really good guards too. Right?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the WBIT before, and I think we just kind of found that different level of confidence during that. And so I think that's carried into this season of just a lot of trust within one another, you know, not necessarily listening to like the outside media, outside press. I mean, I think we have a lot of confidence in each other in that locker room, and we're gonna go play.
Probably time for one more question. Right here.
I wonder if I could ask this of the two Minnesotans, Tori and Sophie. How much has the success of the Lynx impacted girls basketball in the state of Minnesota? Because this goes back basically to when you guys were little kids, I would imagine. How much do you think that inspired people and maybe impacted how good the girls basketball has become?
I think it plays a huge role into that. I mean, they had that championship run there where they had 4 of them. I mean, growing up watching Lindsay Whalen, Janelle McCarville, Sylvia Fowles, I mean, you go down the list, Mona Gustis, Maya Moore. I think it impacted a lot of us because, you know, you can see them doing it and doing it at a high level. Like I remember going when I was in 4th or 5th grade and watching them, and just kind of have those role models in a way of, yes, I mean, they are phenomenal people, all of them, but then also like role models on the court of, this is how you can play. Like, you want to talk about true post players. Like, those are some of the truest pure post players I've seen play, modeled my game after them. And so knowing and seeing those women, I think, inspired a lot of us and inspired a lot of the talent that came out of Minnesota.
Tori, the question was for you as well.
I agree with what Sophie said.
All right. All righty, if no other questions, we're going to conclude this press conference. Thank you very much, student athletes, for attending, and wish you the very best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to today's press conference featuring the North Carolina Tar Heels. Our student athletes joining us today are Lainey Grant and India Navarre. Before we begin, if you have a question, please raise your hand. As a courtesy to everyone in the room, please silence your cell phones. When asking a question, please state your name and media affiliation each time. And so for those joining via Zoom, please use the raise hand function. We'll take questions from the go to Zoom as time permits. Please note that recording press conferences on cell phones or cameras is not permitted. We'll now open it up for questions.
Hey, India, Ariel Bottom, Tar Heel Tribune. All year, you've been the primary defender on some of the best guards in the country. What's important tomorrow in defending AZ Fudd and just the team defense and trying to contain her tomorrow?
Yeah, she's a great player. As I said before, I think when I play defense, it's more of an all-around team effort. It's not just me. All of us have to focus in on the scout and pay attention to the little details and making sure that we're there to help each other out. But yeah, it's going to be a good, a good effort to kind of like make things hard for her, but it's going to be a team effort the whole game.
Alexa Philippou, ESPN. For either of you, you guys faced UConn early in the season last year. I know it's a little bit of a different team. You guys are a different team, but are there any qualities that really stuck out from facing them in that game that you feel like can translate to facing them in a setting like this, or just stuff that you feel like you learned from that experience that will help tomorrow?
Lainey, we'll start with you.
Whenever you have an opportunity to play UConn, it's special. I think one of the biggest things I remember is, aside from like being able to play Paige before she was drafted, but like the entire experience of how much fans they pull. Like we were playing in North Carolina, and there were so many UConn fans, and there were so many little girls that just looked so happy to be able to watch them. So the environment is going to be so fun, and just to see the impact that the women's game and that they've had on the women's game is going to be special. But everyone is talented on that roster, so it's just going to be, like Indy said, a full team effort to just contain everybody that we need to contain. Yeah, I agree with Lainey. The environment that they bring is crazy, and it's very fun to play in. I think just the competitive aspect, just staying focused for 40 minutes, I feel like that's what we learned last year. I feel like we didn't play a complete game, so I feel like we can learn from that and, give our best effort for 40 minutes tomorrow.
Stephen Hawkins with the AP. I got one question for each player. Andy, I'll ask you first. Just, you've been here third year in the program. Getting to this point and getting North Carolina back to consecutive Sweet 16s, what does it mean, and what do you think this program's come since you've been here?
It means a lot. Like when you come into college, you want to accomplish a lot of things, and we had a lot of milestones every year that we wanted to accomplish, and each year we keep growing and taking that extra step. Yeah, it just means a lot. We don't do it by ourselves. We have our coaches. We have the support from the fans, which has been growing each and every year. They fill up Carmichael, and that has been very helpful throughout the year, through our ups and downs. But yeah, it means a lot, and we want to keep growing it.
And Lainey, you got to school. You came early. You wanted to get here pretty quick. But just talk about the way you guys share the ball. You share the scoring. It's not like one player just takes over. Talk about how that's helped you guys.
I think it's a testament to our coaching staff's recruitment and the people that they've been able to get to North Carolina. Like you said, there's not one player. Like on any given night, it could be anybody that's going for any number of points, which is special, and it's hard to defend. We've got a lot of great shooters in the court. We've got people that can drive to the rim. We got great senior leaders, so it's just a testament to what Courtney and what the entire coaching staff has been able to bring into Carolina.
For both of you, Oriole Bottom and Tar Heel Tribune, how do you process seeing that you're more than a 20-point underdog, and how is facing the other three number one seeds before kind of prepared you for this kind of challenge?
Lainey, we'll start with you.
Yeah, this team the entire season has done a really good job of focusing what we need to focus on. Obviously, we know it's going to be a great challenge, but at the end of the day, they put their jerseys on the same way we do. So we're going to go out and we're going to compete hard, and we're going to stick to our scout. And none of us would be here if we didn't believe that it could be done. So we're excited for the opportunity, and it's not lost on us how special it is. Yeah, I feel like Coach Banghart also did a great job of getting us to play the other top seeds. I feel like that kind of showed us like how competitive these games require, like the competitive effort these games require for 40 minutes. But yeah, it's just basketball at the end of the day. As Lainey said, we both put on our jerseys, and we as a team have committed to just focusing on us, what we can do to win each game. And yeah, I feel very confident in the belief that we have tomorrow.
Lindsay Gibbs, CBS Sports. This is for both of you. I want to start with India.
appreciate it. No, no secrets. Boring as it comes.
That's all right. Boring is good. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the second set of interviews at this 2006 Women's March Madness press conference. With us today is head coach Corey Close of the UCLA Bruins. And Coach, before we start off with questions, perhaps you can talk a little bit about the journey through the season and postseason that's gotten you here today.
Well, thank you, and thank you all for being here. You know, I'm always, I've been doing this 33 years, and so to see the growth of the game, and I see some new faces and some more older, mature faces, but everybody that is a part of growing our game together and telling the stories are just really, really important. So thank you all for what you have done and what you continue to do. I think for us, it's been, just trying to focus on the present day over and over and over again. And that may sound like boring coach speak, but I think that is how we have avoided trying to internalize too much pressure, how we have tried to enjoy the journey more. And so really we're just trying to stack those days over and over again. I showed them the video about that we're not trying to build a wall, we're trying to just place this one brick as perfectly as we can. And we're just going to try to continue that. This is a 1-0 season right now, and we're just going to try to place this brick and prepare the best we can to put ourselves in the best position to fight another day.
Thank you very much. At this point, we're going to open it to questions. A couple of items. If you could please make sure that your cell phones are silenced. Also, if there's somebody taking photographs, no flash photography. When you are given the mic, please identify yourself by name and media outlet, and we'll start right up here.
Ben Bulch, California Post. Familiar opponent. How are they playing? How's Minnesota playing different? Are they playing their best basketball of the season? And what are the challenges you expect them to present tomorrow?
They are playing the best basketball of the season. They're disciplined. They know who they are. They know how each role of their team fits best for the collective whole. I just think Dawn's done an excellent job. I've been watching her coach for a long time, and she just does a great job of, I think, playing to her team's strengths. And, I think that's great coaching, right? When you see what you have on your team and you put them in the best positions to be successful. And I think Minnesota does a great job of that, for how they use their post players, to how they create isolations for their downhill drivers, how they have different actions off of screening and off-ball screening for their shooters. They present a lot of problems. They force you to be really fundamentally sound defensively, and in large part that's because of their discipline.
Question here.
Hi there, Marissa and Jimmy, LA Times. Since the 51-point win against Iowa, there's been a couple of different bumps in different quarters with the Cal Baptist and Oklahoma State. Is there another level that you think that you can get to get back to the kind of performance you guys had in that game, or do you see just a different process entirely?
Yeah, I think that, each game, you see it throughout March Madness on the women's side and the men's side, each game is going to present different adversity points. And I think that we don't look at it as getting back to something. We look at it as everything as a learning opportunity. What did that teach us? How does that make us better? What kinds of things do we need to tighten up? When you can have certain things in the heat of battle get exposed and still find ways to win and get another opportunity, you can just allow it to make you stronger. And that's the choice you have from each experience. So I don't really look at it that way from those two games. I just think it's everything is measuring ourselves against the championship standards that we've set. And those are process standards. And so if we fell short in an area, it's how do we get back to what we know how to do and what's under our control.
David Yapkowitz from the 9. You've talked this season about, the freshmen and their growth and how, sometimes it feels like they can't do anything right, But when you look at Sienna, how have you seen her progression from the beginning of the season to now? And when you go up against a team like Minnesota that can play in the post, how key is she going to be for that matchup?
It's huge because when we were at Minnesota earlier in the year, Lauren got in foul trouble. And so we needed, and they play 4 guards, so we needed another strong post defender to step up. And, it actually probably wasn't Sienna's best day, but now looking back on it, I'm able to see how far she's come. when I'm studying that film in preparation for this game, I'm like, wow, Sienna has just had, she was just coming back at that point in the year in the Big Ten, and she lost, I think, 10 weeks, and so I think it's just a matter of maybe even 12 weeks that she needed more reps. And when I watch back that film, I think I really do celebrate Sienna's growth, and I think she's in a much better position to be a contributing factor against a really strong post offensive team like Minnesota, because her post defense has improved so much.
Right here.
Hey, Coach. Doug
Hi,
Feinberg,
Doug.
the AP. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Just to go back on the familiarity piece, I mean, when you're getting ready for the game this weekend, I mean, do you look back at the tape when you played them before? Do you update it? Like, how do you actually approach that? And seeing that, I mean, LSU's playing Duke, and they also played in December, so there's familiarity there.
Right.
So just how do you approach that, knowing you've played this team and they played you?
Yeah, I think it's both and, right? You're looking at might they have guarded some of your specific actions, or how did certain matchups work out against their personnel? And you're going, what are they doing differently? And then you also have such a larger database of, okay, in close games, what did they go to? Which are the players that they're really leaning on in pressurized moments? And you just have a lot more data points that way, but I think you see how their philosophy, how they're viewed in terms of going against yours. And so I think it's a little bit of both. We want to definitely, there's a sense of, how did they attack us in that last matchup, and then what are the tendencies they've shown since then? I think I'm sure they're doing the same. So I do think it's an interesting thing that you've got a couple of matchups that way. But I think, if you're really good at scouting, which I'm very thankful I have a staff that is, I think we're doing a deep dive and trying to leave no stone unturned.
Back to the corner, then here. Then
Jack Little, USA Today. Hey, Coach, so you guys have an international recruiting coordinator and a couple of international players. How has the growth of the game abroad impacted both your team and women's college basketball?
Well, I think you can say in basketball in general, right? I think that it's just a completely different system internationally. And so being able to combine that system, how they are grown in the game, how they are taught the game from a grassroots level all the way up, bringing them to the U.S., you're sort of taking advantage of a completely different growth sequencing that those players experience. I think their IQ is really, really high. I think their, sort of sequencing of movements, they are more used to playing the game and not running a bunch of plays. And I think that's we really want to trend that way. When you look at the WNBA, the NBA, they're all trending that way. And so to have that equipping in our program is really important to us. But I'll tell you, one of the things that I appreciate most about our international student athletes is that they appreciate this experience so much. And that's contagious. Gratitude is contagious. And they have not been given all the attention, all the tools, all the experiences that our American kids have been given growing up. And I think I know it's good for me in my heart to be around them, because they have a sense of gratitude that is really good to remind my heart too.
Right here. Then here.
Eden Lassie, Hoops HQ. Angela's obviously a mismatch just because she's a bigger guard, but I've noticed her playing a lot more in the post this year, being a lot more willing to post up. How has that kind of changed your offense and impacted it?
Well, I think it really is a compliment to her. She's always had the skills, but she has sort of wanted to be on the perimeter and be that stretch four. I think she's established that she's a really good stretch four, but what her willingness to use all the skills in her bag are at a different level this year. And that's why I said, I think at beginning of the tournament, is she's our X factor. When she's usually a major mismatch for whoever we face. And so to the extent that we can really get consistency out of that mismatch, I think that's an incredible advantage for us in this tournament. And, specifically against a team like Minnesota, that plays four guards, 90% of the time, for her to be able to, she can guard on the perimeter so that it's not a mismatch defensively. And when people talk about mismatches, usually they're talking about offense, but really, to the extent that you use someone's versatility is to the extent that they can be versatile defensively. And Angela has proven that, but if she can really assert herself in the post and then react to going to the perimeter second, that puts us in a really good position, and because most people are not wanting to rotate off of Lauren. And so for us to be able to take advantage of Angela in that spot is going to be a really important piece.
Right here.
Hi, Sabrina Merchant, The Athletic. Big picture question, if you don't mind. With all the changes that have been happening in college basketball over the last few years.
Just a few.
I guess, how much do you think about your role as a coach and the voice that you can have to advocate for your players and also just like the future of the sport?
Yeah, I hope I can be a voice. I hope I can be an advocate. I think that, I've been given the great opportunity to coach some great players and to be a part of some of the transitions in the game. I had the privilege of being on the Kaplan report that really changed that we're using March Madness right now, right? And I think that I want to be a part of the global changes in the game. And, how do we now figure out this transfer portal? Like, let's not complain about it. Let's, have solutions about, what's right and what are adjustments that need to be made. Should everybody be able to transfer one time? Yeah, I do. But after that, what adjustments can be made? And I'm a huge advocate for NIL. It should have happened 20 years ago. And we need boundaries. We need infrastructure. We need, we need competitive equity. We need transparency. So, what is my role in helping that? I don't know yet, but I want to be a part of solutions. If I can be just a little small part of trying to leave it better than we found it from a global standpoint, from a really growing the game standpoint, I would be really proud to be a part of that.
Right here.
Yeah, Coach Close, Michael Vopel from ESPN.com. I'm going to follow Sabrina's question a little bit from a big picture standpoint. We had a coach leave a Power Four for a so-called mid-major. I know a lot of people don't like that term with Christy Curry. And I asked Dawn about, because the last time she was at the Sweet 16, she was at a mid-major, and she said she thinks it's harder than ever now from the mid-major's perspective, but she also thinks it's harder than ever from a Power Four perspective.
Yeah.
And I wondered if you could even compare the run you guys had, I believe from like 2016 to 2019, when we made 4 in a row, to now.
Yeah.
Ways that it's harder and maybe, that you couldn't have even imagined back when you were making that run.
There's so many. And when I was at UC Santa Barbara, I was on the mid-major side, and we went to a couple straight to the Sweet 16. And so to see it there's just so many more things you have to do. You've got to raise enough money to have the NIL budget to attract the best players. You have to manage the outside distractions. I just think the role of social media is an incredible strength, and an overused strength can become a distraction and a weakness. And so we have to manage how that pulls on the attention of our players. To get everybody pulling in the same direction, to have the resources that I really feel. I was actually having dinner with my athletic director last night, and it's harder than ever to be an administrator and to support your teams to excellence. There are so many things that are pulling on the resources at this time. And so I think it's harder for coaches. I've never been as tired as I've been in the last 2 years. And it has made me think how much longer I can do this. And I'm just being transparent with you about that. I think there's so many things that are harder, and we keep losing incredible people on the men's and the women's side that I think we got to really, if there's one thing I would ask of our governing bodies and the NCAA and our administrations is please develop infrastructure and boundaries that create an opportunity to have sustained excellence and sustainable pace. Otherwise, we are going to continue to lose some of our best coaches, and I do not think our game can afford to do that.
Back here and there.
Hey, Coach. I'm Wesley Webb with USA Today. Minnesota won the WBIT last year, and now they're in the Sweet 16. You guys were in the WNIT in 21 and
Yep.
Yeah. And so how do you think these tournaments are propelling long-term success?
Yeah, I think they're really important. I remember going into the WNIT that year, some of our players didn't even want to play. We were devastated that we hadn't played better down the stretch, and there was all these expectations. And I had a #1 recruiting class that were freshmen that year, and I think about what would have happened if we hadn't have played that. We learned how to win there. We learned what does it mean to win 6 games? What does it mean to go into hostile, uncomfortable environments and have to win? I remember our semifinal game was at Michigan, and we had to get on a bus, and we drove 9 hours, and we played at West Virginia, and sold-out crowd in both places, and I just think that was huge in our development. And so, I think there's, these wins and losses and disappointments and triumphs, they create different opportunities of learning. And I can't imagine if our path without that run in the WNIT, and I would bet that Minnesota would say similar things.
Back here.
Hi, Coach. Davey from KiwiHooper.com. Charlie Ledger Walker, arguably the best Kiwi player that ever come out to play in college basketball. What would be one piece of your favorite memory of hers? Because since this is going to be her last year.
Oh, you don't have enough time for me to say all the memories I have of Charlize Ledger Walker. She has been absolutely spectacular for us. On the court, as a leader, in her work ethic, in her fun spirit, her joy. I was sitting there on the plane last night. She had another one of her YouTube videos come out and where they had choreography trying to teach Gianna Neepkins how to dance, and that she could earn her way into the pregame dance circle. And I'm sitting next to my mom on the plane, and I'm just laughing out loud. And I think several people on our team just laugh more and smile more because Charlize Ledger Walker's in our life. And she's a heck of a basketball player. I remember when I was recruiting her mom said, there's going to be times where you're just going to hand over the clipboard. And Kiki Rice and Charlize Ledger Walker came to me last spring and said, hey, Coach, would you be open to maybe making some changes in our secondary fast break? And I'm the co-offensive coordinator along with Tony Noonan. And we did this deep dive in our transition break, and it was led by Charlize. And she brought me film that she had edited. She had this whole system, and we have pretty much implemented what they brought to me. And I think that says something about the trust I have for her. But I also think that both her and Kiki lead us both in their physical play, but also their intellectual commitment to the game. And Charlize has been just a joy to coach.
Time for one more question.
Hey, Coach. Matthew Walter from the 9 Sports. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Way back in November, you and Oklahoma played in this building.
Yeah.
And I want to know, what was the reasoning behind this idea that you would be here at this point, and how did that game come to be, and how do you think that helps you going into these?
Yeah, we actually were supposed to play in a different matchup that sort of dissolved, and we thought, hey, we need to keep this matchup. And then we thought, given the fact that we have a change, how can we, make this happen? And really give credit, Champion of Westwood, our organization really got on the phone with people and different promoters, different organizers, which MDA venues had availability. And we figured out that they had availability in the same day we were going to play. We talked to TV, and we were like, what a great opportunity. And we're just really excited that now we're here, and that UCLA is having a chance. We were walking through the hallways, and we're just like, this feels familiar. And there's something about that, right? And that we sort of, when we came here in November to play Oklahoma, we talked about it. Like, we expect to be back here. And our job from this point forward is to earn that. And to have that now come to fruition, I just think there's a sort of a piece about us that this is what we earned, this is what we intended, and the job's not done, but we're in a good spot.
All right, Coach, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you all for your time.
Best
Appreciate
of luck
you guys.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
First off, I apologize for sounding like a broken record, but just in case there's some new people in here, if we can make sure your cell phones are silenced. And again, a reminder, no flash photography. So with that, we're going to get started. We have two UCLA Bruins here with us today, Angela Dugalich and Gabriela Jaquez. Welcome to Sacramento. Glad that you're here. Before we start with questions, I'll start with you, Angela. Perhaps you can talk a little bit about the fact that the Golden One isn't necessarily new and unfamiliar to you. Do you want to talk a little bit about that experience that brought you here the first time and now has you here today?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. We played one of our first games versus Oklahoma here at the beginning of the season, and I think it's not really a home court advantage for us, but we do have some sense of familiarity with the court, so that's definitely a plus.
Great. Gabriela, talking about that home court advantage, again, not necessarily your home court, but close in terms of geographically. Any sense of family, friends, and the like making the trip up to Sacramento this year?
Yeah, I'm super excited that we're playing in California, NorCal, and my family is going to come out, drive up. I'm going to have a lot of family and friends here, so I'm just super excited, and it's really nice that we just had a quick, short flight.
Yeah.
Fantastic. At this time, we'll open it up to questions. We'll start back here. And again, please identify yourself by name and media outlet. Thank you.
Angela, I'm Wesley Webb from USA Today. I just had a question about, I know you were part of that NIT run back in 21-22. What has propelled your long-term success with UCLA making the tournament every year since?
I think a few things. One is just trusting the process. That was sort of like a rebuild year for us. And then next year I went through injury and I came back. But I also think that next year when I was out for injury, Gabs' class came in, which obviously tremendously helped us. And just them being people who pursue excellence, coming in and day out to work out early in the morning, staying after practice. And I think that just led the rest of us to go and follow them because we didn't want to hold them back and we didn't want to be left behind as well. So I just credit a lot of our success because of them and their tenacity.
Up here.
Hi, Kendra Andrews, ESPN. This is for either one of you. Corey was talking about how it's really important to just stay in the moment, not look ahead, lay a brick instead of trying to, I guess, build the whole house all at once. And I'm sure that that's a mindset that you probably have had not just this year, but in past tournaments as well, but it also kind of sounds easier said than done. How do you not look too far ahead and not even just look past an opponent, but look to the next round or the next thing? What does that look like for you guys?
Yeah, we just keep reminding ourselves how important it is to go 1-0 every day and to stay present. I mean, especially this being a group with a lot of seniors, these are our last couple of weeks with each other, and so we don't want to rush, We want to enjoy every moment we have with each other. And also I've been saying, it's like you can't get to the future without being in the present first. And so we're always going to stay present and just continuing to remind ourselves to stay present because, like you said, it can be hard, but we have a great group around us that will help us.
Right up here. David Yapko, it's from the 9 Sports. For Gabriela, coaches talked a lot, this season about how when you came into UCLA, you were kind of like an undersized post player. This year, being able to kind of play point guard, working on your three-point shot. Just how much do you feel like, your game's kind of grown over these past few years, and how much more, I guess, do you kind of feel prepared as you go further in the tournament?
Yeah, I think coming in freshman year, I personally knew I had a lot to improve on, and that made me excited because I knew I had a lot to get better at, and just my coaches continuing to push me every year, especially in the off season. I think that's where the most of my growth came from, and just really focusing in on what do I need to improve on, and that really started with bettering my three-point shot. So yeah, I just appreciate my coaches for believing in me and working with me every day to get better and just have more confidence.
To the back.
I just have a question for both of you guys. Coach talked a lot about having international players on this team. What does that mean for you guys?
I think it just allows us to play different type of basketball. Obviously, they're it's more of a European play, more American play, and all the other continents. But I think it just allows us to be more diverse. I think, like, for example, for me, like, I've played overseas, I've played here as well, so I can mesh well with any system. And it'll help me as well in the pros one day when I go there. But I just think here it just allows me to help the team in any way I can. Because if you want, you can stretch me out. I can cut. I can post up. Whatever. And that doesn't just go for me. Gabs also obviously played for Team Mexico, and they have a different style of play. Lena plays for Croatia. I can go off. Basically, everybody plays for some national team, but it just allows us to be more versatile.
Gabriella, did you want to answer that as well?
Yeah, I think also Anne just played in 2 Olympics, so she's been in, pressurized moments before, at the top of the top, and competed at the highest level possible at a really young age. So I think also just getting more experience. I think all of us, when we play for our national teams, we play a different role as well. And so getting a chance, to work on different things that you don't necessarily maybe do on UCLA is really helpful and really important.
Up front, get you the mic.
Doug Feinberg, the Associated Press. For both of you, just the familiarity. I mean, you're playing a team in the Big Ten that you played before. How much does that help you prepare? Coach said that you watch some film, but also do a deep dive into things they've done since then, and potentially you could see Duke, who you also played before. And how much does that help with short turnarounds to be playing teams that you've already faced?
I think there's a good balance and a bad balance in the sense of, like, yes, we have played them before and there's some sense of familiarity, but also at the same time, the Duke team that we played at the beginning of the year, that's a different team than now. The Minnesota team that we played earlier this year, it's a different team than now. And that's the same goes for us as well. We've also expanded in some areas as well. So it's just, obviously wanting to still win and dominate and like how we did last time, but at the same time acknowledging that they have improved and we have to do certain things that maybe we have to change in our scouting report because they've obviously adjusted after playing us as well.
Maybe time for one more question. All right, not seeing any. I just want to thank you both for taking the time to be with us today and wish you the very best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check. Check.
Still nothing.
Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2.
to that point to where you can do it so that you're burning, so that your body's burning for that a day. Then it doesn't matter. Yeah. 25. Are you okay? Yeah. Yeah, I got a whole closet full of those. Yeah. Working. Good for you. Yeah, we have a little alcove to the side of our living room. When you come in, there's a living room, and then we used to have a couple of couches for a seating area, and there's a bar. And during the pandemic, I like turned that into a workout area. So we got mats and weights and all this stuff. We've got a red light sauna in there. So, that's what I'll be doing my weightlifting. But I've kept my membership at the well, so that's where I'm doing the treadmill work. I'm going over there 3 times a week. Doing 3.5 miles on the treadmill. I get about a 1.5 mile run. But that's about all my legs can handle right now. And my heart and everything is still working. And we're really trying to do this, but it's like, getting my heart rate up to 160, and it's like, I'm not sure if that's as healthy as this is. might be bad. And you know what? You aren't. Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. You always hear about you have to stop eating like a kid and start eating like an adult, and and it's true. But it's not. Once you get there, it's not as hard. Exactly right. 100%. That's what works. Have you had any side effects?
Check one. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check.
Well, we're still 8 minutes away. We're on time. Lawson, yeah. Bill McCriss, test 1. Yep.
1 2. Mic check.
All right, thank you everyone for joining us for this third set of press conferences. Before we start, a friendly reminder, especially for those that are here for the first time, please make sure that your cell phones are silenced, as well as if you're taking any kind of a photo, there is no flash photography. Thank you very much. So, Coach Lawson, welcome to Sacramento. We're very excited to have you here. And as we start off, maybe talk a little bit about the journey through the postseason that's gotten you to the Golden One Center.
Well, I want to start off by saying how excited I am to be back in Sacramento. You know, obviously I spent many years here playing and, you know, winning a championship here, and just a lot of chance to see a lot of old friends and, you know, visit with them. And it's a special city. It's one of the great basketball towns we have in the country, how much they love the game. And everywhere I've gone, I've had people thanking me for winning them their title here. And I think the banner's still in the Arena Bowl. And so it's pretty cool to come back and, you know, see everybody, see some old friends. Got a chance to visit with Jerry Reynolds this morning, who's the GM that drafted me, you know, when I came out of college. And, you know, he came by practice and got a chance to talk to our team. And, you know, so much of what I learned about the pro game started here in Sacramento. So much of my journey started here, learning the pro style and learning from a lot of great teachers here. So it's great to be back. Got a chance to visit some of my favorite restaurants, and it's been good. So as far as our team, you know, we're looking forward to the challenge, and you know, we're really proud of our season so far this year to win the regular season outright and win the tournament championship, and now be in the Sweet 16 for the third straight year. It's a great accomplishment for our group.
Thank you. We'll open it up now for questions. Again, for those that are first-timers, please identify yourself by name and media outlet before your question. Thank you.
Yeah, Coach. Devin Henderson, The Athletic. How have you seen Toby Fournier's game grow from when you recruited her? Obviously, she was, you know, viral for the dunking, but how have you seen her overall game kind of grow and evolve in her 2 years now with you?
I think every part of her game has grown. She has much more of a awareness on each end of what teams are going to try to do against her and where she can kind of leverage her advantages. And she's a terrific athlete and very skilled as well. She can finish with either hand. She's extended, you know, her range to the three-point line this year as a sophomore, and you know, she's adding some drives where it was mostly low post for her in her freshman year. Defensively, her versatility has really helped us as a team because she can switch on to guards. She can play post players, and it gives us a lot of diversity in the schemes we can employ because of how switchable she is. And we definitely, you know, utilize that in different matchups to our advantage. She's a great rebounder as well, and just an overall great competitor.
In front.
Hey, Coach. Matthew Walter with the 9 Sports. A lot has been said that after that first time you played LSU is sort of when things turned around for you guys, and you went on that run, winning all those games in a row in ACC play, and obviously led to the outright title and the tournament title. Where do you feel like you guys have changed the most as a team from that first time you played LSU to now?
I think just settling into a rotation. You know, one of the things that, you know, gets lost in our journey is we have 3 players out for the year with injury, 3 really good players. And so during that time, we still maybe had one of them or 2. I don't really remember all that, but we weren't settled in our rotation yet. It takes time to do that. And I think once we got settled in our rotation and we had the group that we knew we were going to have for the season, then we started to grow and really be able to get some connectivity. Until then, it was, you know, different lineups. A player was in, a player was out. Like Ari didn't even start the season playing in games. So, you know, once we kind of got that group together, those 7 players, we knew that's what we had, and we were able to get some continuity with it. We were able to practice together. We were able to get game reps. All of that is kind of what you build through the season. That gives you your chemistry, and for us, we were able to turn that into winning more games than we had early in the year.
Down here.
Olivia Sayer, USA Today. To follow up on that, what did you notice about your team in the days or the week following that loss that helped set up the run?
Yeah, so I don't think that loss was like the turning point or anything. We played a game 2 days later or 3 days later against Virginia Tech. That was our first league game in ACC play. So I would kind of push back at that narrative that loss changed everything and changed the season. There were 6 of them. There was a lot of losses that changed the season. I think we knew we had a game. I think we played Thursday night, and then we had a game Sunday afternoon, and that was our first ACC game of the season, and we felt like, hey, it's a new season for us. What happens in non-conference, while it can inform what happens in conference, it doesn't have to, doesn't always. This is a chance for us to, start it fresh, and it doesn't matter what our non-conference record is going into conference. And so we set our sights on the 18-game schedule, try to be the number 1 team in the ACC, and see if we could win that. And that's kind of what we focused on, and, we were able to do that.
In front.
Hey, Coach, Doug Feinberg, the AP. 2 questions. First is, as a first-timer here in Sacramento, what's a good restaurant rec, since you said you had a bunch?
Mm.
And the second one is just the familiarity. I mean, you guys played them a while ago, obviously. What have you grown, or have you seen your team grown since then and their team grown? Like, how much do you watch that film versus maybe the last couple games where they are a different team than they were 3 months ago?
What type of food do you like?
Your best at wherever you think the best.
Well, there's all good restaurants. I mean, I like, so if you like sushi, then I like Makuni in this downtown, but they have it everywhere in the area, and that's really good. Taro's a good dude. He owns Makuni, and like if I just want to get some lunch, I go to Jack's because they have good salads and good sandwiches. That's what I had yesterday and today. There's good Mexican here. There's good everything here, so you can find it. Yeah, I just go to all my old spots and I get what I like. So it's been good. As far as, I think we're both a lot different than we were the first time, and that's normal. I mean, we're coming off, a similar situation. We played Baylor in the second round, and we played them the first game of the season, and then we're playing them again in the tournament. So, that long gap, there's things you can learn from the previous game, but there's also things that, don't really apply. They're one of the top teams in the country, have some of the top players in the country. It's a challenge to play against them. Obviously, we came out on the short end of the stick in December, and so we understand what's in front of us and how well we have to play to be in the game.
Hey, Kara, CBS Sacramento. I'm Brandon Benitez.
Sacramento, let's go.
Yes. Welcome back to the 916,
Thanks, man.
of course. Curiosity, just if you can share some insight, what this city has meant to you, especially going back to your playing days. I hear from former Kings players how special this place can be.
Yeah.
If you can just shine some light on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, this place, has meant a lot to my foundation where I am now. When I came out here, playing and immediately coming to a team that was contending, and at the same time, the Kings were contending as well, some of their best teams. And then I got, one of my first broadcasting jobs, I was a studio analyst for the Kings for all 82 games. And, watching, Rick Adelman's teams play, I learned a lot about, offense and how to play and how to move. And, obviously, Chris and Mike and Peja and Vlade and, Bobby Jackson, Doug, who's the coach here now, all those guys, talking with them and being in the gym with them and working on our games and, rooting hard for them. And then all the people behind the scenes, like I mentioned, Jerry Reynolds and, Scotty Sterling, who was a longtime scout here. We talked a lot about scouting players, and I learned a lot from him. Coachy, Pete Carrill was here, and, Coachy used to give me, VHS tapes of teams and actions he wanted me to watch. And, you just learn the game. And foundationally, I didn't know that the pro game. I didn't know the NBA game when I got here. I didn't know the terminology. I didn't know the actions. And so being able to watch a team like that up close and learn from that. And then everybody here, just embraces basketball. So wherever you went, they're rooting for you and they talk to you. And even now I'm walking down the street and people, said thank you, and happy to have you back. So yeah, it's a special place here, and it's kind of where I learned professional basketball, and I learned how to understand it and what the terminology was, and I think that shaped a lot how I coach, and the different places that I've gone, gave me a great foundation being here in SAC. Is that, yeah, that's right. Come on, no bad wrecks here.
Hi, Sabrina Merchant, The Athletic. Sort of big picture. When you think about all of the changes that have happened in college basketball just over the last 3-4 years, how do you think about how you can use your voice to sort of advocate for how you want to see the future of the sport and how to advocate for your players?
I'm not sure anyone's interested in hearing my voice. I don't know if that's something that people are looking for. I try to do my job as well as I can, and if I'm asked a question about something, I'll answer it to the best of my ability. But I don't know that I'm looking to be like the voice of the sport or anything like that. That's not a goal of mine. I think there's plenty of other people out there that do a great job of being that. And for me, I've been, in the college basketball. I guess it's my 6th year. When I came, everything started changing. So I don't have a view of the old way because I wasn't in coaching in the old way, and just change has been what's been standard for me. So however they change, you just try to adapt. I think that's what we're all doing, and you try to adapt to the best of your ability and, be competitive and build a program. To me, I would just want to build a program that has consistency and that is teaching our players the right things on and off the court, and that they're having a lot of fun doing it, and that there's growth happening, and I think when you look at our program, we've been growing every year, and I think we're trending in the right direction.
You said people do a good job of sharing their voices. I guess whose voices do you think you lean on in terms of the women's basketball world?
Oh, I don't lean on anybody's voice. I'm just saying other coaches give their opinion. They do a good job of giving their opinions, but I don't lean on any of those. I think you kind of got to know what you like, and but I'm glad I don't have to sit up there and answer the big picture questions a lot. I think other coaches probably get asked those more than me. That's good for me.
Right here.
Coach Reed Darcy with The Advocate in Baton Rouge. You obviously have familiarity with LSU and Flau'jae Johnson as well. What do you remember about coaching her over the summer with Team USA, and how do you think as her coach you helped her manage those stretches in which she maybe wasn't playing as much as she hoped she would?
Yeah, I think I answered that back in December. You can go and look at those comments. Thank you.
Back here.
Hey, Coach. Jack Little from USA Today. The international game has grown a lot, and you've been able to coach Team USA. You've got an international superstar in Toby Fournier. How has the growth of the game abroad impacted women's college basketball?
I think the international game is impacting it more and more. There's so many more international players that are coming to college basketball, and that's impacting our game in a big way as the talent continues to increase. All across the world, it's something that you see. You see it at the youth levels. Obviously being involved with FIBA and coaching the U.S. team, I see it at every level, and there's so much talent. There's so much talent in every country, and so many young players that are coming up. And I don't know the percentages. I'm going to guess, that in women's college basketball, the percentage of international players is increasing. I guess that's the case, but you can feel that. I think definitely the amount of impactful international players is increasing. A lot of the top teams have them.
Time for 2 more questions right here and then right there.
Coach, you talked about, watching the game against Baylor from the start. You guys on the defensive end were so locked in, and you said that as you were able to get longer in the season, your rotation sort of solidified. How much do you think that has helped you guys on the defensive end be such an elite unit on that side of the ball once you sort of got those players healthy and everyone was able to sort of know their role and know their rotation?
Yeah, we only have 7 players, so that we play regularly. We obviously have more players than that, but that are in our rotation. And so, there's only so many combinations you can have with 7. There's 5 out there, so they know who they're playing with. So sub or foul trouble, that kind of changes the rotation, but other than that, so they have a great familiarity with one another. They understand how to play with one another. I think they understand what the team needs from them and their roles, and everybody's accountable because with 7, everybody's got to bring what they bring in order for you to have a chance to win. And so they have an accountability with that as well.
And final question.
Hey, Coach. Jacques Doucet, WAFB-TV in Baton Rouge. I was curious if I could ask you about your time as a player at Tennessee. Many years ago, 2003, you went to the PMAC. It was the first sellout in the history of LSU women's basketball.
What year was that?
2003, February 22nd.
February 2003. Yeah, I remember that now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Simone Augustus is here coaching with LSU. She
Yeah.
was a freshman that day. It was just a significant time for LSU women's basketball coming up. Pat Summitt, Sue Gunner, all that. What are your memories of playing at that time against LSU in those games and what it meant?
Yeah. Well, credible legend, Sue Gunner, she was, always a really hard coach to play against, and but she was always really complimentary after the battle. I remember she would, in the handshake line, she would, well, at least to me, she would say, complimentary things about how I played, and yeah, that day was rocking down there, man. That thing was loud. Yeah, it was Moni's freshman year, and obviously played against her in the pros a lot, and we played on the Olympic team together in '08, and yeah, they were a really good team, and it was hard place to win. I think we won that day, but I think they beat us in the tournament that year, if I'm remembering correctly. I was in Little Rock in the championship game. I think they beat us, and we beat them in the regular season. They beat us in the tournament, and yeah, I mean, everybody knew pretty early on, how good Simone was, even when she was in high school. You knew how good a player she was going to be. You could tell the skill that she had, and she could just score the ball with such ease. Yeah, a lot of great players, obviously, for their program over the years. A lot of great coaches. Being in the SEC, as a player, was always tough. It was always tough. But it's a great history of the program, and great fan base, and just enjoyed those battles. Playing them every year. Yeah, Marie Ferdinand was really good too. She was a really good player. She was hard to guard as well.
Coach Lawson, thank you so much for your time, and wish you the very best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
From the Duke women's basketball roster, we have two student athletes joining us today, Ashlyn Jackson and Taina Mayer. And before we start with questions from the crowd, perhaps we'll start with you, Ashlyn. If you could talk a little bit about the journey that's brought you to Sacramento for this weekend's competition.
Yeah. Just being able to compete at the highest level. You know, everyone knows how our season started off, but having that turnaround, it was tremendous for us. We got a lot of reps at, you know, being uncomfortable and knowing what to do in situations that I guess led to our defeat in November. But just playing our way out of that, playing together and competing every single day, trying to get better. We were on and popping by January. And then, yeah, after that, continuing to compete and thrive within the ACC. Great teams. Ended up winning our season, regular season conference, and then going into the ACC tournament with a lot of confidence. We ended up doing the same thing. But just now being able to be here at the highest level with 16 teams left, we're just really blessed to be here.
Taina, if I could, every team has goals at the start of the year. Maybe you could talk a little bit about what Duke's goals were and kind of where this sits in that list.
Yeah, I mean, our goals in the beginning of the season were to get better every single game and every single practice. And obviously, with the start of our season, we understood that there was a lot of growth that needed to be done. And getting here was obviously one of our goals that we had. Internally, as a team, we understood that we were going to keep our goals within the locker room, but obviously getting better is something that everybody understood. And, yeah, I think that we're just super blessed to be able to continue and to expand our season.
Thank you. At this time, we'll open it up to questions from the audience. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Two right here. Why don't we start with this right there?
Hi, Sabrina Merchant, The Athletic. For both of you, you guys have played together for a couple of years now, but I'm wondering what the addition of Riley has meant to your chemistry on that perimeter trio and what she's been able to bring to you this season.
You want me first? Okay, I'll go. Well, Riley, I mean, she's super long, super athletic, guard who can play the forward position. I mean, she's great at hitting shots, especially over smaller guards. So just her addition offensively has been great for us as it opens up, you know, shots for everybody else. But also defensively, her presence and her improvement from the summer to now has been tremendous. And her on both ends of the floor has been great for us all season. And she's going to continue to improve. But I'm super excited for her to play in the Sweet 16 to go out there and show the world what she could do.
Yeah, same thing. You know, her versatility opens up a lot for us. Offensively, you know, she's a killer. And just to be able to see her growth over these past few months have been tremendous for us. She's a big, big key for us. And not just on the offensive end, but on the defensive end, as Taina was saying. But yeah, to see her grow and to continue to see her grow has been one of a kind. Yeah.
Here up front.
Doug Feinberg, the AP. For both of you, I mean, just you mentioned before, Ashlyn, the losing early on may have helped you guys. Your familiarity, you played LSU. If you see UCLA, you played them as well. You beat Baylor, who you played. How much does that help that you guys are probably more different than when you saw them early in the season? You're more compact. Coach said you only have a 7-man rotation now. So how much does that help you for the game tomorrow and potentially moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I feel as though every team is not the same team that they were in November. They've grown a lot. We've grown a lot. So just to be able to, you know, like have another opportunity at it is a really good thing, I think, for both teams. We just got to go in tomorrow with a different level of focus and just continue to be, you know, ourselves and just be ready to compete at the highest level will be essential for us.
Taina, do you also want to comment on that?
No, I think Ashlyn hit the point on it. Yeah.
Fabulous. Okay, we got a question right up here up front.
David Yapkowitz from the 9 Sports. That last game against Baylor was probably one of your best defensive games of the season. Just what, for either of you, what can you say about, how much pride this team takes on the defensive end?
Yeah, I think we work on it every single practice and every single day, basically. So we understand what it takes to play at a high level defensively, and we did that last game. So we have a clear understanding of what defensive energy and presence we need to bring to be able to win in March. So we're just going to continue to work on that and improve on that and get it to the highest level so we can continue our journey.
Same thing, like our ability to compete and change our mindset and not give up on any type of play. Like our team, we hate to lose, like in practice. We hate to lose any type of rep that we're given, especially defensively. So just having everyone with that same mindset was really big for us. So like Taina said, we'll just continue to build on that and continue to just do what we do.
Question up front.
Hi, another one for either of you. You guys have that little ritual at the start of the games where Toby dunks and like a whole thing before. How did that come to be, and like what does it do for you going into the start of the game?
Well, since she got here, pretty sure everyone knew who Toby Fournier was and her ability to dunk and how athletic she was. So that just became a thing last year because, like we knew she could dunk it. But I think it also, like, it's very fun, the beginning of the game, and I feel like it lets out a lot of nerves for us just to know, like, all right, let's have fun. At the end of the day, it's just basketball. But yeah, having her do that every game, like it's very funny. But yeah.
Yeah, kind of like what Ash was saying. I mean, it gets us all super hype. I mean, especially me and Toby. I mean, after she dunks, we start like just pushing each other and just like celebrating. But I think for us it's just to just go out there and have fun and just be ourselves.
Question in the back.
Olivia Sayer, USA Today, for either of you guys. Coaches handle hard better motto. What does that mean to you, and how do you embrace it?
You got it. You was here for that speech. You were here too. How was it?
That was a summer. Anyways. Well, honestly, that's used for so many things other than basketball. And I feel like with Coach, within everything that she says, it's literally not just about basketball within like her messages that she gives us. But I feel like that message alone has been key to our season. We couldn't control our adversity at the time, but just being able to control what we could around that time, it was essential. And just being able to handle hard better in that particular moment was really the turnaround of our season. So I'm very grateful that she gave that message long ago.
So cheesy.
I'm going to ask a quick question. I don't know, when Coach Lawson was up here talking, she talked about the impact that the city of Sacramento's had on her basketball life and the people that she knows here and the impact it's had. Has she talked at all about that with you? As being in Sacramento for a Coach Lawson team, does it add anything to this? Or you're in the Sweet 16 and you could be anywhere?
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
She talked about it a lot for me personally. But just knowing her connections here, second to none. Just who she is alone. Like, we don't even have to be in Sacramento. The people that she knows, the people that knows her, like, it's great. And I feel like we're able to obtain that through Duke in general because of how prestigious our university is and how many people that come from Duke, So that's really a great thing and a great thing to be a part of.
Yeah, just to add on to what Ash said, I mean, Coach is super humble, but I think as a team we understand that that she's played here and she's created an impact here in Sacramento, especially in her WNBA career. So for us to come out here and play in somewhere where she's super familiar in a place that she once called home. I think for us it's super special as well. I mean, we take pride in having, just having like coach and having her back and all that stuff. So I think that it'll be some memorable for her.
Thank you. One more question in the back.
To follow up on that, Ashlyn, you mentioned that coach talked about it. What are some of the things that she's told you guys?
What do you mean, like as far as being here or? One, she loves the weather. Also the food, as far as like, well, what we were eating yesterday. We went to this restaurant, but besides the point. No, she talks about how her career went here, and how she was a one franchise person at that time, but then, everything happened. But just being able to hear her take on it and hear her how her process went as far as ending up here, like Taina said, like it's bittersweet for sure for her, but sharing that moment with her and also getting the gist of how she was here, like like Taina said, like it's just we want to have her back, as far as her career and how she went here, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
Any other questions? All righty, Ashlyn, Taina, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck tomorrow.
Check 1 2. Mic check 1.
1 minute. Un, deux, trois, quatre, cinq, six, sept, bravo. Hey, when she comes, right up to the stage. Because we're at 2:30 almost. Mike, do you have a minute? How are you? Very good. How are you? Good. Good. Please have a seat. All right, everyone. We're fortunate enough to have head coach Kim Mulkey here from LSU. And before we start with the questions, Coach, if you could talk a little bit about the road to Sacramento postseason, or however you'd like to do it.
I don't normally just let them start with the questions because
You
I
got
don't
it.
find that anything we say they write, so let them do what they need to do.
You got it. Before we start with the questions, a reminder, especially for those that are new to the room, please silence your cell phones. And if you're shooting any kind of a photograph, please no flash. All right, let's take it right up here, right up front, please.
Hey, Coach, Doug Feinberg, the AP. You guys played Duke, obviously, a while ago. How much do you take from that game, if anything, to get ready for the game tomorrow? I mean, do you watch any of the film? Do you focus on more what's happened the last couple of weeks versus 3 months ago?
Certainly you look at that, but you understand they're better today than they were in that game, and I think we're better today than that game. But you certainly look at every bit of film you can find. So, yeah, we looked at it and kind of looked at things that they did well and things that we did well and what we didn't do well. I mean, you do. You go back and look, but they're so much better today than they were then, but I think we are too.
Right here.
Michael Cobble, WBRZ TV in Baton Rouge. Before the first and second round, Kim, we talked about your big three playing together all at the same time. You guys have played your best basketball here recently, and Flau'jae talked about being locked in and focused. What have you seen that's been different over the last two games for your team?
I think the loss in the SEC tournament shook them a little bit. I think it was a lot of petty stuff going on in the huddles, and they were not real happy about how it was perceived, and I think they fixed it. And we've been playing good basketball. I like, as I'm sure most coaches that are at this level, Sweet 16 now, like their teams and how they're playing, or they wouldn't have made it to the Sweet 16.
Right up here.
Yeah, Michael Vopel, ESPN.com. Coach, when you talk about that, I guess, what the kids may have gotten out of that loss, or just how this group has developed, can you give us a little bit more insight on that? I mean, this team has got a lot of experience, but they've also had to evolve during the course of this season.
I don't know that I would say our team has a lot of experience. When I categorize a lot, I think of like UCLA, 6 seniors. I have some returning players that have been to this level, and just one that has won a national championship. 8 new players. It takes a while for all of them to get on the same page. You look at our 5 losses, we don't have bad losses. We were in every game. And that's unusual when you have that many new players. But you learn, why did we lose that game? And you try to fix it, and you try to get better. It's a season that not a lot of drama, didn't have to deal with anything but coaching this year. And when you have that many personalities on the same team, that's unusual, but it's also a pleasure.
Right down here.
Reed Darcy with the Advocate. Hey, Coach. Haven't seen Divine Burge in a couple games. Is she
Concussion protocol.
Yeah.
Do you remember the last game? She hit her head really bad. She stayed in the game, and I think she scored a free throw, and then the next day she came to practice with a headache, and it never got better, so she's in concussion protocol.
You think she could play this weekend, possibly? Or?
She's not here. They wouldn't even let her fly. That's a 4-hour flight. I don't think you're going to put them on a plane if you're in concussion protocol for that many hours.
And I'll also ask you one question about Flagey. You said after you played the Duke the first time that you had to rebuild her confidence from her experience over the summer with Team USA. What did that game for her performance in that one, do for her confidence to take her
Well,
into
that
the
game
SEC play?
didn't, that happened this summer. I think the question was asked about her experience playing with USA Basketball, and I just answered it honestly. I don't even know if Flagey even thinks about it anymore. We certainly haven't talked about it. We didn't talk about it before we played Duke. I was just asked that question after the game.
Question up front.
Hey, Coach. Matthew Walter with the 9 Sports. Your offense this year has been so dynamic, right? Multiple 100-point games. What is it about this group that has allowed them to be such an electric on that side of the ball offensively and putting up these high-scoring games?
Talent. You look at the talent. You added Full Wally, who can score the ball. You added Mama, who was leading scorer at East Carolina. Kate Koval, who was kind of on the bench at Notre Dame but has been so valuable to us. Just a lot of people that can score the ball. It's not just one player that we rely on. Our offense doesn't run through one player to make everybody else better. We run a style of play that allows all of them a little freedom to score.
Hey, Kim, Corey Diaz with the Daily Advertiser. A little outside of the game tomorrow night, but looks like Will Wade is making his way back to Baton Rouge. I just wanted to get your thoughts on Will making his way back.
I'm just going to focus on my team.
Right there. Next to him.
Grace Rayner with The Athletic. Coach, obviously your fashion choices have been a lot of fun for women's basketball, but it looks like your assistants have kind of got their own style as well. I'm curious what it's like for you to see your assistants have fun in that way, and if there is a best-dressed assistant on your staff.
I'm not a fashionista, so I couldn't tell you what they wear. I couldn't tell you, gosh, anything that they wear. I do good to be talked into wearing what I wear. That was a thing that happened when I first got to Baton Rouge, got talked into doing it, and it's just kind of taken off. But I'm not a fashion person, so I really don't know. I'm glad you think they all dress good. I hope you think they dress professional, so, but yeah, I love my assistants, but I don't pay attention to what any of them wear.
Question up front.
Hey, Coach. Kendra Andrews, ESPN. I spoke with you back in November about Flau'jae and how entering her senior year, we were reflecting on how you've seen her grow over the last 4 years and become the true leader of this team. And so over the last however many months since the start of the season, just how have you continued to see her grow, especially now as, she's finished her career in Baton Rouge, still obviously games left, but just how have you seen her approach these last couple months?
Flau'jae, she won the national championship her freshman year, and more was she on a team with some really outstanding older players. And so I'm sure she learned a lot from those players. She's never really wanted to embrace being a leader. She just kind of wants to do good and be a good player and a good person. And sometimes you have to be a leader. And I think she's embraced it this year. I think that she's more comfortable being a leader because being a leader is not always when things go good. You have to be a leader when you're not playing good or when you're struggling or you're having a bad day. And I think she and Michaela Williams have really embraced being leaders of our team this year. And they're both captains. And it's good to see Flau'jae do that. And I think that's probably more so than the things that she does, scoring the ball or anything with basketball, is just watching her become a better leader.
Follow-up question.
Just a quick follow-up, because we were talking about the loss that you guys had in the SEC tournament and how it was a gut check, right, for your group. And so you mentioned how Flau'jae has embraced being the leader. Was there anything, you don't have to disclose the conversations, but that she did after that loss to kind of help, get this team where it is now and how it's playing in this NCAA tournament?
I don't know about after that loss. I can tell you after the loss where she missed the 2 free throws to beat South Carolina in the regular season. Do you remember that? After she was initially in shock that she missed both of them, I remember in the locker room, in the film room the next day, how she stood up. And she didn't apologize because you don't apologize in athletics. She wanted to make those 2 free throws, but I remember what she said. Coach us hard, Coach Mulkey. That's all I remember, is that she realized that we have a special team and that we had that right in our grasp. And all she said was, coach us hard, Coach Mulkey.
Right next door.
Coach, when you were saying earlier about the, and I would just want to make sure I got this right, that they were not happy with the way the huddles were perceived? Was that what you said?
They were bickering. You kind of, when you're in the heat of the moment, you might say something to a teammate that's not received the right way, and they come back at you, stuff like that.
What do you, as a coach, is there anything do you kind of just sort of let that, they have to figure that out? Or
No, first of all, I don't know what's going on. I didn't know till after the fact. I'm in the middle of drawing stuff up and talking, and it's stuff, going on. And then when you see it, you address it as a coach. And then you let them work it out if it's something I need to get involved in. But it was never anything where they were angry at each other, they don't like each other. It was just the heat of the moment and just like sisters, I'm going to get the last word.
Kim, what did you see in your bigs in the last 2 games, and what do you need to see here in California?
I thought they were very productive. I thought the 2 bigs had the double-doubles. I thought the last time we played Duke, the 2 bigs played together on the floor. Duke has 2 bigs. It's a good matchup for me to have both bigs on the floor against Duke. Do what you've been doing all year. We throw it in there, finish, defend, run the floor, get back in transition defense. But they're playing with a lot of confidence.
Time for one more question up front.
You just said they're playing with a lot of confidence. When you look at what Duke has done recently, where have they been better now than they were back when you played them in late November, early December?
Well, I think their confidence is out of the roof, too. They won the league. They didn't change anything. Their identity and our identity is the same as it was last time we played. You just perfect what you do. And I think that they just do things better now than they did then, whether it's defense, whether it's executing things on the offensive end. And all that's because of playing games and playing more games together and having success.
Alrighty, thank you, Coach, for your time, and wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Thunder Valley. Thank you all for joining us for this press conference. At the very beginning again, for those who might be new to the room, please silence your cell phones, and if you're taking any type of a photograph, please no flash photography. On the dais for LSU, we have Flau'jae Johnson, Michaela Williams, and Malaysia Fulwiley here to speak about tomorrow's matchup. Perhaps we could start, Flau'jae, if you wouldn't mind, before we sort of get into the questions from the media, talk a little bit about your road to Sacramento through the postseason.
It's been fun playing at home, being able to host is always a blessing. Playing the PMAC, got to play my final game in the PMAC, which was like beautiful, my senior night. And we're just excited to be here. We have a fun team, and I think we're all starting to click, so it's been an exciting postseason. Even from the lessons that we learned in the SEC tournament and just continuing to just appreciate every moment from Selection Sunday to, playing in the PMAC to now being here in Sacramento.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll open this question up to all three of you. Obviously, you had goals at the start of the year. Where are we on that journey, and what ultimately is your goal for the season?
I am one step away from that goal. I think coming into this season, I've gotten to Elite Eights since I've been at LSU, and it would be lovely for me to get past the Elite Eight and make it to the Final Four, so we're almost there.
Okay. All right, we'll open it up to questions then, right here in the center. And again, for those that are new to the room, please identify yourself by name and media outlet before your question. Thank you.
Michael Cobble, WBRZ TV in Baton Rouge for Flau'jae. Just, you alluded to it, lessons learned in the SEC tournament. Kim kind of talked about it a little bit, just you guys having, I don't know if it was a player-only meeting, whatever, but you guys kind of clearing the air, right? And she mentioned some things in the huddle. I guess if you want to get into it, like, what did y'all need to chop up and figure out?
I mean, it wasn't more so like clearing the air. It's more so like accountability. And like, we all grown women at the end of the day, and it's kind of just about like, what are we trying to do here? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, really breaking down what we need in our roles and, what we need from each player. And I thought that it was a very intentional meeting, but I also believe it was like a positive and good reinforcement that all our goals were still in front of us. Like, you know what I'm saying? The season didn't end at the SEC tournament. You feel me? And I think that was the main point, you know what I'm saying? So I just believe that accountability factor was big for us in that meeting, I feel like. Everybody has made progress since, like, you know what I mean? So that's perfect.
Question up front.
Kendra Andrews, ESPN. And this can go to any of you, but following up on that, Kim was saying, it was like, you guys bicker like sisters sometimes, but there's also really good things that come out of a sisterly relationship. And to your point, Flau'jae, about accountability, just what does having that kind of relationship as a whole group do in those moments where you have to hold each other accountable and grow, but also make sure it is never below the belt? It's nothing other than we want the best for one another.
Yeah.
I think having that relationship is kind of what we need to make it to this stage and make it to the next stage. I think the bickering and arguing is just us wanting to win and us being competitors and knowing, and that relationship is knowing that it's coming from a good spot. It's coming from a place of love and coming from a place of, I want to win and I want you to be better and I want to win with you. And I think us having that mindset coming into the Sweet 16 and further down the road is good for us, so we can hold each other accountable and fix those little details that we may need to fix moving down.
Yeah, and that's just how you grow. And you never grow from it, though, without being receptive. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can't grow from it if, one person is like, I did this, and then the other person is still defensive. Like, nah, you kind of got to open up and, be vulnerable. And I think that's the main thing. I feel like that's what I had to do, too. Like, I sat there and, told the team what I thought I did bad and what I think I need to do in this postseason for us to be successful. And I've been trying to work on that every day in practice. So you got to be receptive to it, even though it hurt. And that's how you grow.
Question up front.
Matthew Walter with the 9 Sports. Michaela, last year you talked about learning discipline and the small details that can decide NCAA tournament games. Where have you seen the biggest growth in yourself, especially mentally this season when the stakes are at their highest?
I would say for me, my roles have kind of changed a little bit from last year to this year. We have a lot of freshmen and a lot of new people. So obviously I kind of had to step into that leader role and be a leader for the young ones and the new ones. And for me, that's a lot, just knowing that I'm not one to say much, but I've had to say a whole lot. Just knowing that that's what Coach Mulkey wants from me, that's what my teammates need from me, and I think that's something that I've really locked in on and I've gotten so much better at. And that's something that I need to continue to do for us to continue to make our run.
Question in the back corner.
Yeah, from Malaysia and Flauge, Devin Henderson, The Athletic. A lot has been made about Coach Mulkey's outfits over the years. Obviously, they're really colorful, but also her assistants get in on it too. How cool is that to see kind of everybody in the coaching staff get in on having those game day fits?
It's cool. I mean, they be drippy. I be telling Kim I like her outfits and stuff. So, Joe be trying to match her energy. It's great to see. They still got it.
Yeah, Coach Mulkey ain't really missed this season. Like, she ain't been doing too much. Sometimes I be like, I don't know what she got on. But this season, she been coming. Her new stylist is eating up. The coaching staff, they cool, but it's Bob Starkey for me.
Here and then there.
Fashion icon, Bob. Lay, just what do you think about all this when you hear your teammates talking about leadership and opening up? And obviously, you don't like to talk a lot publicly, right? So, how do you internalize that? How do you get your piece in and be a part of all this?
Yeah, definitely just listen to what they have to say and kind of just go out there and try to reciprocate what they're saying and just listen. I feel like you got to be a good listener when it comes to this team because everyone know what they're talking about. And we have two leaders, Michaela and Flauge, so when they talk, you definitely just got to listen and just got to go out there and just do what they're trying to tell you to do. And I'm learning, and I'll be able to talk probably next year or something.
Marissa Sesker, Hoopstats, obviously all this is a rematch. You guys have talked a lot about your growth over the season. Duke's kind of had the same thing. They started off kind of rough, including that loss to you guys. What are the two things that you think? What's the thing you guys think you've improved the most over the course of the season since that first game? And what are some of the things you've seen on Duke's film that they've improved the most?
We didn't start off rough. We didn't really start off rough, but I get what you said. I think our togetherness is my biggest thing. I think our mindset has shifted. I feel like me and 12 we talked about it, but it was just like we so locked in on defense. Like we take a lot of pride in that. You know what I mean? Like I think we take a lot of pride, just like having Lay at the top, right? Like having people scared to dribble the ball up there, and then having the wings covered, and then having your post doing it. Like that's a scary sight. So I kind of think that we done locked in on that aspect because we know we can score at will. Like last couple of games, Lay's been averaging 20. I think 12's been averaging 20. Like we can score, but like our defense is something I think that we've grown in tremendously, as well as transition defense.
Anyone else want to comment on that? Okay, question down up front.
Yeah, I guess this will be for Flauge. What has it been like, just this guard core? I mean, from the beginning of the season, this has been, I think, one of the most fun teams to watch in terms of the way you guys are able to move the ball, the way you're able to score. What's it been like to play with, in particular, not trying to leave your posts out, but to play with this much talent with the guards?
We got to talk about the post. No, just kidding. Shout out to our posts. But it's been fun. Because it's pushing me to run. Like, when Lay in the game, she going to get her a hood strip and go. So you got to be real fast. You got to be real aware. She going to throw some dimes. It's just been fun playing with fast, dynamic guards. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, anything can happen. It just allowed me to get out and run. And then passers. I think their passing is underrated. You know what I mean? In the tight areas, they can get you the ball. It's been so fun just learning different things from, like, Lay. Like how she handled the ball and her reaction, her instincts are just like one of one. I don't think nobody in the country plays like that. 12, like she's butter from the midi, from the three, wherever. So I don't know. For me, it just made me want to up my game, like my all-around game. It's just like so much to learn from. Like I'm that type of person. Like anybody game where I feel like I like this, I'm gonna take it. And so playing next to them, like it's been great. Like these are all-American guards right here. So it's just been a blessing.
Question down here up front.
Michaela, obviously having someone like Simone Augustus on staff, what is something that she has taught you, or something specific, whether it's a skill or a mindset that you use every day in your game that's helped you grow?
Confidence. Just be confident in everything I'm doing. Be confident in how I'm leading. Be confident in how I'm playing. I've picked her brain about so many things. We've talked about so many things. We've had so many conversations. And just to sum that all up, it's confidence. Just stay confident, not to get too high, not to get too low, just kind of stay even keel.
Another question right here in the center.
Yeah, for Lay again, just Flage talked about it, but the ability to get the ball anywhere. Like, you're great at it, but Michaela's pretty good too, I guess. What do you see in her game as far as distribution and how, it's a little maybe different than yours, but still trying to do the same thing?
Yeah, definitely. I think 12 is a very underrated passer. She be throwing some crazy dimes. She's very calm with her passing. I feel like mine's is sometimes out of control, but hers is very calm, and you kind of know if you kind of can read her mind, you kind of know where the pass is going because, like, she's very strategic. Oh my God, she's with her passing, and I just kind of try to take tips from her, like just be calm. Like when you come off the screen, if the roller's open, hit the roller. If not, then reverse it, and she does a great job with that. So I just kind of watch.
Any other questions? One more follow-up.
Just Flage, you like talking about your posts, right? Like, how good have they been the last couple of games, and what are you going to need out of them here?
I just love my posts. Just like Kate and Mama and Grace and Z and Meg. They're all just so fun to be around, but they can ball. Like, they can ball. We were watching the Duke tape, and, they were just ballers in that last game, and we need them to play at that level. I feel like Kate had an amazing game against Texas Tech, and that's the Kate that I know. That's the confident Kate that we want to keep on the floor. Z, she's an athlete. Like, leap out of the gym, Grace, her energy, her tenacity, my mind, when my mind's having a game, you just gotta let her go. And I just believe they're so dynamic, more than they know. And it's up to us to continue to build confidence in them. Throw them the ball. They mess up, throw it again. Just tell them that they're a part of the team. If you know Kim Oki, she's a post coach for real. So, just tell them, like, we gonna feed y'all. We gotta feed y'all, but, do y'all thing. And I think they're building that confidence game by game for sure.
One final follow-up, and then
just Michaela, we'll hear from you about this, and Flage, if you want to jump in. But you guys had such great freshman seasons, right? And like you've talked about, your freshmen this year are really blowing up. Bella, Grace, just what do you see in them that gives you hope about this thing, for years to come?
They gonna keep it going because they gonna Clip Farm, they gonna Aura Farms. Bella Hines going. No, I'm just playing. They're really good, bro. I told them, I said, if y'all stay together, we got some natties in the future. We got some more Final Fours, like, for real. But those 12 got more years with them than me, so she better do her thing. But them freshmen, they good.
They're a handful. Let me just throw that out there.
Facts.
Those freshmen are a handful. They're a good time. They work hard. They're very willing listeners. So I really, 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 really enjoy playing next to them and being their teammate.
all right. Thank you for your time today, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.